not like it was a huge event, but they were still all running around and,
Mhm.
yeah. You bringing beer on Friday for Chris's retirement party?
4:30?
Yeah.
We're ready to go. Okay. Good morning and welcome to the Todd County Board of Commissioners special meeting. The time is 9:30. All commissioners are present along with our auditor treasurer, and we will stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I will ask for amendments to the agenda.
There is none, ma'am.
Okay, being a special meeting, we can only do what's on the, printed on the agenda. So I will ask for a motion for approval of the agenda.
Make a motion.
Motion by Denning, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Noska. With that, we'll go into the interviews. Nellie from our HR will be reading the questions this morning, but I would like to have the commissioners introduce. I believe you are the first, Stephen, if you would like to join us.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
we need to vote on.
Oh, excuse me, did I ask for a motion?
Nope.
And we got the motion, the second, but we didn't vote on it. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And carries.
Good morning.
Good morning. And I would have the commissioners introduce themselves. Commissioner Denny, if you
Hi,
would like to
I'm
start.
Commissioner Tim Denny from District 2 here. Welcome.
Commissioner Randy Newman, District 5, southwest corner of Todd County.
Commissioner Barb Becker, and I'm District 1, and I'm the northeast part of Todd County.
Commissioner Bob Byers, I have Long Prairie City, Long Prairie Township, Reynolds Township.
Commissioner Lunaska, District 4, and I've got what's left. So,
Thank you.
welcome.
Okay, Nellie, if you go ahead and read the questions this morning.
All righty. You want to, okay.
We should probably introduce the board action first.
Oh,
Coordinator, final candidates, and final interview. Background of the Todd Board of Commissioners have requested a search to be done for a county coordinator. On 1/16/24, the Board of Commissioners selected finalists in the county coordinator position. Interviews will be conducted with 3 finalists. So we're going to move forward with the interviews now, and I'll turn it over to you.
All right, Steve, I am going to go through, read the questions. If you want me to reread or you want to come back to one, we certainly can. If you're ready, we'll get started. All right, please tell us about yourself, including your education and experience, and why you want to be the county coordinator for Todd County. What do you know about Todd County?
Well, thank you for having me here this morning. It's a pleasure. My name is Steve Jones. I originally was born and raised in Kansas City. In fact, I was actually an inner city kid. I went to a mixed race high school. I think that was an interesting education. I'm not sure my education was the best, except the part that I had to do with dealing with people. I had to learn to deal with a lot of different people. And I think that really led me well in this profession. I went to the University of Missouri of Kansas City, and then I've also got a master's degree. I got a little later in life and worked on that. I've been in this state since '91 in local government in cities for the most part. But early on, when I was in Kansas City, I actually have a background. I actually worked as an animal control officer and a firefighter in Kansas City. So I started doing that. So I think over the years, besides doing management, I've actually felt like I've done about every task you can do in a local government. I've driven plow trucks. I've jackhammered. I've walked behind asphalt trucks and raked. I've been a firefighter. I've been an animal control officer. But then also doing the normal jobs you'd have to do in administration. I've worked in a variety of cities with a lot of different tasks. I've managed utilities, including electric utilities, staff that you would consider, airports, libraries, public works, fire departments, police departments, and all sorts of utilities. So I think I have a varied background. I spent a lot of years in Montevideo. I was a manager there for over 20 years. I left there because that part of my life, there was a number of things that have changed. I thought it was just time for a change. And actually, I thought I probably would do something different. But they actually offered me a contract when I left to work for them for 6 months doing some specific tasks, which actually ended up being 18 more months. So I never really kind of left them. But I found out after a couple of months of not being in the business that I really missed it. Mostly I missed the people. I missed working with people. I missed working with the staff. I like that a lot. So I've been back in the saddle doing that ever since. What I know about Todd County, it's as you can see, it was created in 1855, which is an old county. You're very rural. You have a good mix. You have an interesting Amish community, but you also have a growing Hispanic population as well. You're aging a little bit. You have grown some, aging a little bit. I think your issues are the same that everybody has. Housing, aging population, finding people for the jobs, which is interesting because 10 years ago, we're looking for jobs. Now we're looking for people to fill the jobs. I think daycare is probably an issue here because it is everywhere else. I think you probably have some other issues, ag and maybe even some drug issues that are affecting your communities. That has happened a lot in this state. But you are slowly growing, and it looks like you really have some possibilities because I think people like to live in rural communities, and I think people enjoy living in rural communities, but they have to have the opportunities. And again, I think housing and daycare are probably some of your two biggest ones.
Alrighty, question 2. What are you most excited about in this position? What are you most concerned about?
I really do like working in local government. I really like working with people and staff, so that's the thing I like most. I found out when I didn't do it for a couple months, I really missed it. So I really do like working with people. I don't know what my concerns would be. I've never been a employee of a county. I've certainly been in local government, and I think it's very similar. You do a few things differently, but you do many things the same. I think what we do in this work is mostly working with people and trying to be a problem solver, trying to look ahead and also solving what's happening. So I'm not sure there's a lot of differences, but you have some. So those would be some of the things that if you hired me, I would want to make sure I got up to speed on how a county is different than other local governments, counties, townships, that type of thing.
Alrighty, question 3. If selected for this position, what would be included in your transition plan as the new county coordinator, your first 30 days? What would be your first priorities, and what would you definitely not do during this period?
Well, if I was hired and I would have to give a 30 days notice, my intent would be to actually spend the next 30 days as best I can getting to know the county, its employees and its citizens, even though I still have to work another job for 30 days. I would come up on Fridays and weekends. I work a 4-day work week right now. Spend Fridays up here. I have a home in Little Falls already, so I'm not very far away. My wife and I have already started to travel the county. I personally, it's gonna be a little harder in the county, but in the city where I work, I always like to travel at least all the city during the week. So every morning I pick some streets, I pick Public Works, I go every place I can at least once a day. It's a little harder in the county because it's awful big, but I think I would spend the 30 days before I actually started work trying to get to know the county. I would try to come up and get to know staff, get to know the board members, and then see what's going on. If there's meetings going on, I would do that. I would continue that the first 30 days after. I think you gotta get to know who you work with. I've always said it probably takes a couple years in a new position to get to know everybody, get to know the players, get to know who's doing. I wouldn't want to wait 2 years to get to know that. And I think I've done this long enough that I would kind of know who to go to, where to go to learn that faster. I would certainly want to get to know everybody the best I could, get to know the county, get to know the employees, find out what they do, what makes them tick, and find out more about this county. Go to some of the meetings. Every place is different. So I just tried to find that out the best I could.
Okay.
Okay. Number 4, we believe amicable relationships within department heads, elected officials, commissioners, and public are key to success from this position. What steps would you take to ensure and strengthen relationships? What steps would you take to resolve differences?
Could you read the first part of that again, please?
Yep. We believe amicable relationships with department heads, elected officials, commissioners, and public are key to the success of this position. What steps would you take to ensure and strengthen relationships? What steps would you take to resolve differences?
Well, I think it is important that everybody works close together and that there's a lot of contact. Now, there are contact that you don't want to have. You can't get too close. I think commissioners can't get too close to employees, but they can certainly get close, certainly get to know each other. So I would want to make sure, and my guess is that's already happening. When I read about what's going on in this county, I think especially counties are different than cities because county officials are very much ingrained more daily in what's going on than it does in the city. You actually go to more meetings, you're actually part of more things, you're actually always on the planning commission or always on whatever, all the different boards and committees. So I think there's a lot of that already that goes on. So I think I just want to certainly continue that. I like to have fun, but I also like to send out information. So one of the things that I try to do is I send out a weekly info letter. And what that info letter does is basically tell everyone that's in our circle what's going on. So what did we accomplish this week? Good and bad. If we did some things that were great, we would tell about that. If we had some failures, we had to let everybody know that as well. I don't like surprises. I don't think you do either. So I would kind of like to remind you of, hey, so-and-so came in. There was an issue about that. You're probably going to get a call. And then I'd also in that info letter like to remind people what's going on next week, the week after, try to kind of like the calendar, what's happening. I like to do those kind of things. I send out a lot of info between staff and myself and the boards I work for. So I think I would just continue to do that as well. I think that's important. I think there's some, I don't know how often the coordinator meets with staff or how often that happens. I think you need to do that regularly. I personally, again, like to visit the different sites. So if you have public works buildings, all the different aspects that you have, I'd like to be seen and heard in those areas and let it be known that it's really easy to come and talk to me. I'm a 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week person. You can call me anytime. I've let people know that. I let citizens know that. I freely give out my cell phone number to anybody. If you want to call me and talk to me. If you think you need a visit, I'll come visit you. I think you need to do that. Thankfully, we're not so big we can't do that. You know, if this was a county of 500,000 people, it'd probably be difficult. But you have, I think, 24,000 people, I think about. You can do that. And I found in Minnesota that people generally leave you alone unless it's really important. You always have a few people who have issues and they want to talk about it a lot, but for the most part, people are pretty appropriate of how they contact us.
Alrighty, question 5. How do you build trust with the board, staff, and public?
I think it has to do with honesty. I think if you make a mistake, you talk about it. I think if you do things right, you let people know why it was right and why you did it. I think you make things based on facts. Try to let people know how you made that decision. Sometimes they disagree, but I think if they find out that here's the steps we took to get to that, I think be open and honest. And again, I think sometimes groups, be it government or others, don't like to confess if they made a mistake. I think if you made a mistake, you talk about it. I think you're open and honest about issues. If people think taxes are too high, you talk about why they are. So I think it's just communication. I think you talk to people and let them come talk to you. I have found sometimes that, especially if people come in and want to talk, they don't necessarily looking for an answer, they just want to be heard. So I think you let them talk, you listen to them. If they actually ask you a question, you answer it. But I think you just let them be heard.
Question 6. What do you feel the county coordinator's role should be with the county board? What about during the discussion of a controversial subject at a county board meeting?
I think a county coordinator is a little bit different from what I've done, but not that much different. And I think my job would always be to give you the information and give you all the options that are possible. And I've always said I would like the ability to be able to at least debate that with you. If I think something's wrong, I'd like to be able to tell you why and do the same with the employees. If they really think there's something that needs to be discussed, we should discuss it and all the issues. But in the end, the board has to make the decision, and I think you need to know all the aspects of it. I've always told the boards I work with, as long as you give me a chance to be heard, I'll do anything for you, as long as it's not illegal or immoral. I told the board once, if you want to make a resolution, the earth is flat, I want to have a chance to debate that with you, that it's not. But in the end, if you make a resolution, I'm a tool. That's all I am. I'm just a tool. And if you want me to go out and make speeches that the earth is flat, I will. So again, if it's not illegal or immoral, I'll do what you want me to do.
Number 7, describe what you have done to enhance organizational effectiveness by providing training and guidance to employees.
I think I've done a number of things over the years. I'm actually what's called a legacy leader with the ICMA, International City Managers Association. There's only 12 of us in the nation. We actually are picked to help train new emerging leaders. So for example, I've actually helped people as far as way of Australia. So sometimes new people who get into the business are connected with me kind of like a mentor, and I help them work. Sometimes they start with college, sometimes it's actually they get the job. I think I've done a very good job with that over the years. I have a police chief that I hired him as a police officer out of the cities many years ago, who's now the head of the Highway Patrol in Nebraska. This state is scattered with people who worked under me who are now city managers and a few county managers. I think I've worked hard at that. I think it's really important for people to work with the staff. Again, I've been around for a while, so I think I can help carry that forward. Again, I try to make it easy for people to talk to me. I think if there's issues, you have to talk to your employees and let them know, but at the same time, I don't think you condemn them. I've had fun. I think you have to have staff meetings. I think you have to talk. Over the years, I've learned some different techniques of getting groups together. There's a really fun project that the Coast Guard Academy Coast Guard does, which is you basically say, here's the issue, you're stuck on an island and you can have 15 things. What 15 things would you want? And the way you work that is you have everybody do it by themselves, and then they come up with it. Then you have them work in small groups. And time after time, it proves that small groups work better than single people. Small groups actually work better than huge groups. But you do those kind of things, you can have some fun. But I think you have to have some fun too. I think you have to have some team building. I think you have to let people know it's okay to talk. It's okay to have issues. I think staff are always going to have issues. I think you just help them humanely work through that. So I think it's just, again, contact and honesty with people, including staff.
All right, number 8, share an example of how you work with other agencies or government units.
One project I'm working on currently with the county, Chippewa County became owners of a tax forfeited old high school building. So it's one of those where a school district sold it off. After 10 years, it went under, went back on the taxes, and the county now owns it. So it's a huge problem for them, huge problem for us, because it's in Clare City. So I worked with them. I went and worked with the state and got a redevelopment grant. And basically, the redevelopment grant paid for half of the demolition of the project. So I worked with the county, even though it was technically their problem, it was our problem too, because it was on our community. The county and the city worked together to come up with, if we were not able to pay for all the demolition, who would share the cost. So we agreed to share the cost over 10 years. But we also set up a redevelopment TIF on the project site. So besides getting the grant with the state, we set up a redevelopment TIF, which is a 26-year TIF that once development happened, we would be the first ones to gain the funds back from that to repay ourselves. We are now working with them to set up a committee that's both joint with the city and the county to look at the development of the site. We actually have 4 developers now we're working with. So we're going to try to work with them over the next year. It's a 26-year TIF, so we're trying to get a developer online in the next year and actually build on that so we can work together. We're like probably you, we really need housing. This is a good site, it's a 2-acre site that we can use. But none of us wanted to get stuck with paying for this demolition. And I think you give us 2 or 3 years with the state grant and with what I think we're going to be able to get off the TIF from the development, that in the long run, our costs will be reimbursed and we'll have some housing on that site.
Number 9, describe your involvement in the budgeting and financial process of your organization.
I'm sorry, could you read that again?
Describe your involvement in the budgeting and financial process of your organization.
I've always been directly involved in the process of budgeting with the cities. I actually love it. I think it's a lot of fun. It's kind of like a puzzle. I've actually, I believe, been very good at it. When I went to Clara City, I did not know this, but I found out that they were close to bankruptcy. And when I say that is we didn't believe we were going to even make payroll the first week I was there. I didn't know that when I walked in. So I helped work with staff. We deconstructed the budget to figure out where the errors had been made. There had been some errors made. We fixed those. We kind of put everybody on a very lean budget. And I will be happy to say now, almost 4 years later, we have close to $1 million for a small city in the accounts. We have a reserve fund set up for the projects we want to have. And a lot of that has to do with the budget. I like to start for a city, the budget basically sent into the county in September as far as what our tax rate will be. So I like to start early. I like to start in May. And I usually sit down with the council first, do some goal setting, see what issues they think are the most important, try to get those budgeted, work with staff to see what their individual budgets are, and then have a series of meetings back and forth with staff in the councils on the budget. Usually by June, we've kind of got a good idea of what we want. We have our public hearings, and then back and forth. And there's always things at the last, there's always things that come up. But I think it takes a while, it takes some months, but you work together, you see what the staff needs are, you see what the board's paying threshold is for taxes. Try to let the citizens have a say too on what they think needs to be done. So it's just a process, but I think it's an interesting process, not a process I mind at all. I think it's actually a lot of fun, and I think it tells a lot about yourself. It's probably one of the most central things we do.
Question 10, this is a heavily unionized county. Tell us about the most difficult issue that you had to resolve with a union and how you did that. Did you learn anything from that experience?
I have, my entire career, worked with a lot of unions. In fact, I was raised in a union family. My dad was a plumber in Kansas City, but he was also one of the chief negotiators for the construction side. And I learned from him that everybody has to, in the end, work together. He said, we always ask for too much and they always offer too little. He said, that's the way it starts and that's the way it's always going to start. But he said, in the end, everybody has to gain. You know, the people he worked with, he said, they have to make a living, they have to make a profit, they've got to keep going. But he said, I also am going to do the best for my family that I can. So I've always remembered that, but I've worked with a lot of unions. I think the one time that, I don't call it an issue, but I don't know if you remember, in 2007, the state took back a lot of local government aid, huge amounts for us. We lost a big chunk of our money. And we had just recently signed a 3-year agreement with all of our unions, which included, I believe, from 3 years, 3% increases for 3 years. We could not afford it then. So we basically called the unions in, we sat down and talked to them and just said, here's our options. You know, if you want to look at the budget, if you want to make suggestions, we're open to it. But here's the thing we can do. And basically I showed them that if they gave up their 3% increase for 1 year, we could leave everything pretty much intact. If they didn't and they insisted on it, which they had a right to because it was their agreement, we would have to lay people off. And that was kind of the two choices. Neither one of them were great, but those were the choices. I don't think anyone could find any other thing we really could do. For us, like many places, salaries are a big part of our cost. So that was one of the times when there was an issue, I worked it out. They helped come to the solution. And I think that was the best way to do it, and it worked out okay. And after that first year, they got their raise the second and third years. So we kind of had to go back on what we said, but we asked them to let us do that.
Question 11. Tell us about your prior experience with union negotiations.
Well, again, I've been heavily involved in that basically all my career. Many cities, and most cities have unions. I've worked up to 5 unions at one time in one community. I've always had pretty good relationships. Things are not always, there's always issues at times. There's grievance filed at times. But I think if they understand that they can talk to you and they can trust you and what you say is the truth, I think that goes a long ways. I think you can listen. I don't think you necessarily give in. You do what's right, and you try to get them to understand that. But I've worked for 30 years with unions, and I've seen it from both sides. I've seen it from my dad's side too.
Question 12. When you judge the performance of your employees, what distinguishes a good employee from an average employee?
I think one that goes the extra mile. I think most people probably do their job, especially if they're still working. They probably know how to do it, and they probably know how to do it and just keep working. But I think the best employees go the extra mile, want to do more, are motivated differently. I think good employees are motivated differently. Some people come for the paycheck. Probably everybody comes for the paycheck, but I think other people are motivated by other things and want to see things happen, and that's exciting to see. If people like to make progress, see things happen in a community, in a county, I think that's how you can tell an employee who's better than others.
Question 13. What is your experience with strategic planning?
I have quite a bit of experience in strategic planning, and I've actually quite enjoy it. I was trained a number of years ago in helping communities do goal setting, and I do that. In fact, I try to do it every year with my communities I work with. I've actually done it for other organizations. I've done it for EDAs, planning commissions. I've helped write plans for all those groups. I've actually even helped churches. I've helped churches who were struggling sit down and try to come up with strategic plans of where they wanted to be in 1 year, 3 years, 5 years. So I've had direct experience with that, and I actually do that as a trainer. I like to do that, so I think that's a lot of fun. I do believe if you don't have a plan, it's hard to go forward. And I think people need to understand that. Now, your plans are often going to change, but I think if I was to work with you, I think we should sit down at least once a year and go through everything that it is that you think is important, try to let staff know, what we want to work on the next year, 5 years, 10 years. I know that sounds trite just to say a 10-year plan, but you have to have them. And then each year you look at it. And as you look at your budget, so we wanted to do this next year, we want to do this in 5 years. Is our budget getting us there? If it's not, then we're doing something wrong. Either we need to change the plan or we need to change the budget. So I think they go hand in hand. Make a plan, work a plan.
Question 14. Tell us about a mistake you made at work. How did you deal with the situation? How did it get resolved?
I think I have on occasion misjudged a person and misjudged something that's happened. I had a police officer once get into trouble, and I think I jumped a little too fast thinking that he was at fault. But I did at least spend the time researching it, working with him, and found out in the end he really was not wrong. So the first conversation I had with him was not good because I felt he was wrong. But in the end, once I looked at the evidence, looked at what we had, looked at what he had done. He was not wrong, and I did apologize. So again, I think, you know, you can make mistakes, and you just have to fess up to them and tell the person that. I think in the end, our relationship with him was okay. Wasn't that way for a few days, but by the time we actually looked at it, he was right and I was wrong.
15, what are your career goals in the next 3 to 5 years?
If you were to hire me, my career goal would be work here. I am not at the beginning of my career, I'm towards the end. All likelihood, this would likely be my last position. If you were to hire me and we got along well. But I would certainly not want to be here a short time. My wife's got another 10 years at least to work. So there's really no need for me not to work another 10 years. Now, I don't think I'm going to be a 15-year manager for you if you hired me. I hope to be alive in 15 years. But I think 5 to 10 years is certainly how long you probably should expect somebody to be here. And that's certainly how long I would expect to be here if you were to hire me.
All right, 16, what are your pay expectations? If offered the position, how soon could you start?
I could start in 30 days. I'd like to give 30-day notice. As I mentioned before, I would spend some time up here before that, probably every week, hopefully. I've looked at your salary scale. Frankly, it's just fine. There's nothing in that that's going to make it a problem for us. To be honest with you, you tell me what you want to pay me, and that's probably what I'll take. I think you have to judge what you think my worth is. I'm at the place in my life that money is always important, but it's not the most important thing. I think the most important thing for me is to work someplace that I'm going to, frankly, enjoy. Frankly, I want to live up here. I want to live in this area. I want to get back to my wife. My wife, we have a home in Little Falls, and right now I commute. I'm a nomad between Southwest Minnesota and Little Falls. That's more important to me than anything else. But I think your pay scale's fine. It's fair. Your benefits are fine. They're fair. That would not be an issue with us at all.
All right, 17, why should we select you as the next county coordinator?
I don't know if you should. I don't know your other candidates. I think you should pick the best and brightest and the person you think can do the best job. So that'd be my suggestion as a person who's worked with boards for many years, pick who you think will work best for you. If I'm that person, then pick me. Now, I'll tell you a little bit about myself. I work hard. I'm pretty relentless. You will never not get a good day's work out of me. I'll be the first one here and the last one to leave. If you need me 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, I'll be here. I'll work hard. Staff will know I work hard. You'll know I work hard. I think I have enough intellect to do the job well. I think I have a lot of experience in this area. Even though I've never worked for a county, I've certainly worked in local government. And I think we're much more similar than we are dissimilar in that. I've worked with boards. I don't know how many dozens of board members I worked with over the years. And to be honest with you, except for 1 or 2, I think they would all tell you I'm a great guy and I'm good to work with. We don't get along with everybody, but I get along with most people. I would certainly work hard for you. I think I have the experience. I think I have the background. I know local government. I know the state level. I know who to work with at the state level. I know who to work with at the federal level. So I think I'm well-rounded, and I think I can help you in a lot of areas. And I think there'll be very few tasks that your staff does that I'm not familiar with and maybe even done. There's probably a few now with the county that I haven't done, but I've rode with police, I've driven plow trucks, I've done just about every job that you can do in a city, so the staff knew I knew how to do those. So again, you have a few others. I've never worked with social services, so I know that's a little bit different, and a few things like that, but I certainly understand law enforcement. I certainly understand public works. I certainly understand administration very well.
All righty, last question, 18. What questions do you have for us?
I just have a couple. Let me grab my little list. I do make lists. It's one of the things I did do. I keep lists. My wife says, how do you keep track of everything? I said, I make a list. And if I'm done with it, I cross it off if I need more. And I probably redo my list every day. What do you think are the challenges for this position? Anybody willing to?
Commissioners?
Well, I think one of the challenges right now is is really like the workforce and the housing. So like, did you ask this is this position or this?
Either way, either way.
Okay, I'll just speak about District 3. We have obviously a large, all Todd County is very agriculture. So we have a lot of meat processing in the plant area, and so we do have a housing shortage. There's no doubt about that. So getting qualified employees that come here, to bring their families here, and then be able to house them and find daycare.
Right.
Is difficult for the region right now. So your comment about housing is pretty spot on, I would say. And then the other thing from my standpoint is, being the newest commissioner here, is to me the strategic maybe relationship between the city and the county. You know, again, I'm pretty new, like 4 months into this, so I don't have all the facts as far as like been in a lot more meetings than these gentlemen are and this chairwoman has. But yeah, that for me. That's the biggest thing right now.
Okay.
I think another area that we're working with, and you have to excuse my voice, but it's the planning and zoning area. We're very different county from south to north, so there are different aspects of the planning and zoning within our county.
Broadband.
Broadband,
Yeah.
okay.
We're,
Yeah.
we're really shy on broadband in some areas, so need to work on that.
Okay.
Tim?
Just being involved in the variety of committees. We have everything from watershed to serious housing issues to workforce issues to child placement issues. I mean, it's just to have the understanding of you got to tie all that together, and it's a big workload. So.
Yeah, you asked about the challenges that we think the potential position would face, and I think one of the biggest challenges for the coordinator position is organization.
Okay.
Because there are so many different entities in this county, and I know you've worked public works, sheriff's department, or police officers, things like that, but there's so much more to it than that.
Yeah.
And to keep all those things together and running on track, I think that's the biggest challenge that a person in that position would face.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So if you were to hire me, what would you think success would look like in a year? What would there be something to happen or something that it would look like? What would success look like in a year?
We would have a 3-year union contract settled.
Okay.
Our comp study would be done and everybody would be happy.
That's a tough one.
I think another thing with a change with having a new coordinator would be that our county workforce continues to be stable. We have a pretty deep bench, so losing any of that experience with a position term like this would be, something that would be near my heart. I hope would be very stable.
I don't have a ton new to add to that.
Okay.
I would say the 16, getting to know the 16 department heads and how they function and their needs.
Yeah, I would have to agree with all that. It's all very different, but all very tall orders. So yeah.
Countywide, and I know, I think you have the same problems everybody else has. I mean, everything you've mentioned are things that I think a lot of communities in Minnesota have issues with. But when you have citizens meetings, is there one thing that comes out most often? And I don't want to telegraph that because, I have my guesses of what that may be, but is there something that citizens talk to you about more than other things that are issues?
I think maybe taxes would be on the high end of it.
Yeah, I agree.
Taxes.
Taxes.
Yeah, I would agree with Barb on that.
Then after that, it kind of gets broke down into regions and districts, as far as
Yeah.
the lakes and stuff, and then more the agriculture, then those differences start coming out, they vary quite a bit then, but
So the difference between the ag and the recreational and the city
yeah,
issues and
yeah,
Yeah, I
everybody
believe,
looks at it
I
differently.
believe that balance is the biggest thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
The way to find that middle ground between both sides is, it
Sure.
comes up a lot because it's either ag against development or it's development against ag. And
Okay.
it's a steep slope because
Yeah.
you can't keep everyone happy.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. It's interesting.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I'm good.
No.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. It was great to meet you
Yeah.
all, and good luck with the process. And I'm very much interested if you want to hire me, but you hire who you think is going to work best for you and it works out.
Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you, Stephen.
You
Yes.
bet.
Some of those don't make any sense.
Right.
Live, so I'm going to continue to read that board action since we are done with the first candidate.
Yes,
I read the background, and so now the recommendation is to proceed with county coordinator final interviews and reserve the right to hold another interview with select candidates if deemed necessary upon the conclusion of this interview schedule.
okay, and then I'll need a motion for that.
Yes.
So moved.
Motion by, I'm not sure, Commissioner Byers. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Danny. Discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And carries.
Thank you,
Okay.
and now we'll proceed with the rest of the interviews.
Upside down.
Stand on your head and read that.
Oh. CPT. Every other one.
Oh, yep. Yeah.
And that's 25 counties.
Yeah.
It's just like,
And that was one that I joined in for you that one time, and I was like, what?
Can you hear us?
oop, can't hear him.
He's muted.
Yep.
We cannot hear you.
Hello?
Technical difficulties.
Oh, he hopped off.
Are you able to hear me now?
You're good.
Yes.
It said it was connected before, but for some reason it wasn't coming through.
Okay. Good morning, Andrew. We're going to start,
Good
and
morning.
I'm going to start by the commissioners introducing themselves to you. Commissioner Denning?
Hi, Commissioner Tim Denny, District 2.
Commissioner Randy Newman, District 5.
I'm Commissioner Barb Becker, District 1.
Commissioner Bob Byers, District 3.
Commissioner Lou Nasca, District 4.
And then we're going to go ahead have Nellie, our HR Director, start with the questions.
Okay.
Okay?
All righty, Andrew, you ready?
Yes.
Okay, question number 1. Please tell us a little bit about yourself, including your education and experience, and why you want to be the county coordinator for Todd County. What do you know about Todd County?
So I'm Andrew Wozniak. I am originally from Massachusetts. Going right into education, I got my bachelor's of science in criminal justice with a minor in psychology from Lock Haven University of Pennsylvania. During that time, I actually also joined the military as a transportation officer and did that for 12 years, starting as a transportation officer, going into logistics officer, once becoming a captain, and did a lot of experience and skills and exercises where I did a lot of sustainment training along with when it comes to mission planning, project management, and also did a lot of the admin work along with the garrison side of the military, from policies to programs management, and really just the overall functions that occur with the military when it comes to that admin side. Uh, from there, I am in the process of actually getting my IMBA right now at the University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign, where I'm also getting a focus area in project management. And I left the military December of 2022 and started work in the municipal side, really starting in the public works side with fleet and facilities, and now have been doing all the capital improvement projects for public works. I know more so from doing research about Todd County, uh, where you guys are, what your large economic factors when it comes to the businesses, the community development that you guys are doing around the area, really geared towards the residents, looking at the different areas. Uh, I really want to be the county coordinator because it's something that I have the skills, knowledge, and experience with when it comes to my military experience with looking at the different policies that impacted the DoD and really creating that understanding and also doing that change management for implementation. Along with, I have always really liked the transparency and creating that liaison piece between staff and the board who are representing their districts, and really making sure that everything's in a line, everything's really working towards those residents. And with that, I think this position actually is a very critical piece that even I think should be followed when it comes to municipal government, where you do have that person who is kind of that go between the staff and the the boards, mainly because the board has the constant feedback from residents, along with the staff trying to make sure that they're doing things effectively and efficiently for bettering the community and taking care of the community. And so ultimately that crosstalk and making sure that things are happening that should be happening, and making sure that we're continuing to serve the residents the best we can.
Okay.
All right, question 2. What are you most excited about in this position? What are you most concerned about?
It kind of ends up being a little bit of both to answer in one. Ultimately, I'll be new to the area, new to the policies and procedures. And although that is a weakness of that information and that knowledge gap, it's also something that I'm super excited for. I absolutely love learning, and I love building on my skills, my experience, and my knowledge. And so going into a new position where I would not know exactly how Todd County functions behind the scenes that is outside of searching Todd County. I really get to learn about all the things that are very specific and special to Todd County, that the that benefits the residents, and really how to improve on that and make that even better, as we're continuously trying to uh, improve what we do for the county.
All right, question 3. If selected for this position, what would be included in your transition plan as the new county coordinator, your first 30 days? What would be your first priorities? What would you definitely not do during this period?
So first 30 days, I'm in the military. I'm used to moving every 18 to 24 months, and with that, you move units even this on the same base, usually every single year. And so with that, I've always had to live with once you move there, you have 30 days to learn as much as you can, and then you have 11 months to make a difference. And so those first 30 days I know is absolutely critical when it comes to really understanding the organization, from policies to procedures to the networking of the different departments and who's responsible for what, especially when it comes to those shared responsibilities, and really just gain that deep understanding of how things work, what priorities, where priorities lie, and what also gain an understanding of what that strategic plan looks like for the county. Because ultimately, when I get there, it's not going to start at year one. So where are we in the strategic plan that has been in place, and what has already occurred in that plan, what still needs to occur, and just really doing a lot of learning in that first 30 days. From there, things I definitely wouldn't do in the first 30 days is trying to make any large changes. That's really ultimately just an observation month. Still doing what needs to get done for the position, but really trying to sit there and learn everything that I need to be successful in the position, by learning how things are done, who does what, and gain down those very niche and special knowledge base.
Go ahead.
All right, question 4. We believe amicable relationships with department heads, elected officials, commissioners, and the public are key to the success of this position. What steps would you take to ensure and strengthen relationships? What steps would you take to resolve differences?
So the equitable relationships, and from my education with my IMBA, it seems to be a lot of the uh, conflicts and friction points seem to mainly be through either miscommunication or misunderstanding of shared responsibilities. Because ultimately, all the departments, they have crossover, from fleet and public works having crossover with IT, all the way down to how is a work order submitted for a police vehicle that has both mechanical problems and computer problems, where the computer and the IT equipment is in the patrol vehicle. How is that being taken care of? And really making sure that shared responsibility is understood and also identified, of who's responsible for what, how that process would happen. And sometimes it's just a misunderstanding of those shared responsibilities. And so, um, really just having that communication with anyone who's having those frictions. So one, do a little bit of root cause analysis of what's causing that friction, and then from there, once I identify what's causing that friction, which I've seen to be through my education either miscommunication or misunderstanding, then also bringing those parties in and having that discussion of really being transparent about those different views and what the agreed upon shared responsibility is, or making sure that there's an understanding between the two that it might be a conflict of one department's not able to support what another department's asking, but there's not communication that's happening that says, hey, you want us to do A, we only have capabilities to do B, and we're super supportive of B, but we're just not able to do completely A. Something like that is something that I recently ran into as a capital improvements project manager here in the city of Fife. We're actually doing the Wapato Creek restoration project, and with that, there's an establishment period of native plants of 5 years, and we're only having a contract that covers the first 2 years after initial planting. And then there was a assumption that the parks department was then going to take over it from community development and public works, and ultimately that created a little bit of friction because they went based on an assumption without going to that department head. But ultimately, I ended up going to two parks because I had an idea to elevate it from just creating native plant area to also creating a native plant meadow that actually fulfilled other requirements that we had to do annually for public works and community development. I had that conversation with Parks to get their capabilities to understand uh, where they could help, what we need to do in order to make this project successful. And ultimately, I found out that Parks only have 3 people, and they're trying to already maintain 17 different park areas, and already used the Fife's job program to backfill those requirements in order to be as successful as they are. And so the job program here in Fife is really helping transition people who are homeless into the job program to then get them jobs, housing, and stuff like that, to transition them out of the situation of being homeless. And so there's never a guaranteed amount of capacity or participants who are even willing to do it, to do that particular job task of pulling weeds and watering and everything. And so just understanding their capabilities, coming up with different solutions of, okay, then we can do a 3-year contract with a landscaping company that once weeds get to a certain point, we call them, they come out, they service the area, and then it continues thriving as our community native plant meadows. And so something like that created a bit of friction between department heads ended up coming up and really just being a misunderstanding and uh, assumption based knowledge that wasn't exactly facts of whose responsibility is going to be, is this going to be, if they don't have the capability and capacity, how else can we still get this done? And coming up with that solution and talking to all 3 department heads, it created a better understanding, and ultimately everyone loved the solutions that were put in place, and we were able to move forward with all 3 departments supporting the project.
Okay.
All right, question number 5. How do you build trust with the board, staff, and public?
I think building trust really is the basis of, there's that understanding that we are all towards that same goal, and we're all working towards the same goal of serving the community, and making sure that personally I also follow through with that. When it comes to it, board members, you guys have all different priorities that come from your specific areas, and sometimes they can all be on the same page, sometimes they can be competing, and making sure that we are looking at the community as a whole and creating those priorities. And then from there, making sure that translates to the staff, and ultimately that both sides that I'm serving in this position feel supported and ultimately taken care of to the absolute best of my ability, and making sure that there's that transparency that this position's creating between those 2 entities, and making sure that everyone's focused still on that same goal of serving the community. And with that, I think in itself builds trust, because I'm 100% focused on that goal, and it's a matter of how are we going to get there as a team. And I'm also a person who, when I say I'm going to do something, I'm 100% going to follow through with it. And my communication schedule is very, very transparent, where if I'm running into an obstacle, I'm coming up with different solutions, and then I'm talking to either departments or the board of, hey, this is what you wanted, this is all that's able to occur, these are my solutions A, B, and C, how do you want to move forward? And that level of transparency, I think, also builds that trust as well.
Okay.
Question number 6. What do you feel the county coordinator's role should be with the county board? What about during the discussion of a controversial subject at a county board meeting?
I think the position is more of an asset to the board. They're, like I said, from what I understand of this position, they're a liaison between the board and the county staff, and ultimately that liaison is there to support both. So it's a supporting role, and it's also making sure that the board is well informed, both of everything that's going on with the different departments, but also making sure that anything that's occurring from the state or federal level that impacts the municipal levels, that I have a understanding of it. I am able to understand it to a point of where if there's questions about it, either I can answer them through my understanding, or making sure that I find those answers, so that it supports them to be able to do their jobs to the best of their ability, while also making sure that the departments also feel supported in the same way, that they're able to do their jobs in their best ability. When it comes to controversial topics that are brought up, there's going to be controversial topics at any given time, when it comes to politics, to when it comes to use of taxpayer money. There's going to be not everyone's going to always agree, and so ultimately my job would to be making sure that the board has all the information they need in order to make the most informed decision, and then from there supporting them in that decision.
Okay. Go ahead, Dawn.
All right, number 7, describe what you have done to enhance organizational effectiveness by providing training and guidance to employees.
So in the military, when I was a company commander, I was directly in charge of doing the tactical and the technical proficiency of my unit, and that included our processes and procedures. And so there's a lot of things that I look at when it comes to effective and efficiency, uh, from and mainly looking at those processes and procedures, and making sure that people understand and know their job, and if they don't, making sure that I identify the correct training. If this is more military specific, but if they have trouble qualifying at the range, then making sure that that is specifically addressed. Is it their breathing? Is it their aim? And then also on the other side of ultimately having people, when I was up at brigade and we're doing mission planning and strategic planning, uh, do they understand how we fit in the larger puzzle? Um, do they understand how the flow of information works? And if not, taking the time either to send them to a training that the military had available to us, paying for another training for them to go to that supported that specific thing, or doing that individual training myself of that person, or even finding a subject matter expert if I wasn't the subject matter expert, which that happened a lot because I was a logistics officer, so I had a foundational knowledge of anything under maintenance, supply, or transportation. But that very specific niche one, like I was the platoon leader of a welding company, in a welding company, and I didn't know welding, and so trying to train someone on welding without knowing welding myself is pretty much impossible. And so I had to find a subject matter expert for that and coordinate that training, and then also do that feedback and check in of how is this training going for you? Are you benefiting anything from it? And then ultimately creating that training plan for anyone who else needs that technical assistance. And also I make sure I take the time that when I found that gap in knowledge and experience, making sure that I also went through the training. I actually went and learned how to weld. Still not very good, but I learned the basic foundational uh, functions and tasks that had to go into welding, which definitely was a very big eye opener when it came to me as a planner as well for the unit when I was doing the troops task of planning what is my platoon's capacity and capability, gave me a better understanding of why certain projects take a certain amount of time, and to better plan for that by gaining that further understanding.
Okay.
All right, number 8, share an example of how you work with other agencies or government units.
So one of my biggest examples of this is I was the lead planner for the move control piece for what was called Defender 2021, and that's in Europe, where the DoD works with NATO and all the NATO partners and allies in Europe, and we do interoperability of working with the different militaries and practicing how we respond to certain situations. And with that, I was working with 17 different countries in total, along with Air Force and Navy, and then also working with various different units in Italy and Germany, but also deploying 2 units from Texas and Florida into Germany, Poland, Hungary, and Albania. Uh, so that was not only working with different militaries and also our own military organizations when it came to making sure that all these movements around, we ended up moving around 13 different countries and 17 different countries participated. So not only making sure that people got to the right place when they needed to, in order to be sustained to be able to complete their mission, but also working with those 17 different countries on uh, customs and making sure that there's also that culture piece and learning new things about those different countries. I learned a lot about the Czech Republic during that time because that was one of the main countries that we actually traveled through and dealt with a lot of border crossings, and uh, also learned a ton about Albania. I don't know if you guys know, but I actually learned that they are equivalent to Switzerland when it comes to being neutral and uh, when it comes to supporting anyone's military forces, they're considered neutral. I didn't know that either. But working with all those different countries and other militaries, because there's also equipment differences and stuff like that, and so we had to figure out how we work together with those slightly different off measurements of equipment, different capacities, different communication systems, and really also working with the global network of people that we were moving around.
Question number 9, describe your involvement in the budgeting and financial process of your organization.
So I've been in multiple different seats when it comes to budget. I've been in charge of operational budgets throughout my entire military career. When I worked for the city of Commerce City, I also dealt with manage our operational budget, but also I was in charge of putting in requests for budget amendments. Also did dealing with budgets that were outside of local funds for grants and also applying to grants. And then also I was in charge of putting together a budget for the annual budget improvement and approval from the board. Um, with the city of Commerce City, I more so project management wise is managing the current funds while also looking at different cost estimates and looking at the project to then amend them, because most of the capital improvement projects that I have now taken over as of July uh, have been on the books to be done since 2019, since the city of Fife is still trying to catch up on projects after COVID shutdowns and everything. So 2019 budgets are very different from required budgets here in 2024. And so I'm also the one who submits all the documentation for budget amendment for all the projects I'm in charge of.
Okay.
Question number 10. This is a heavily unionized county. Tell us about the most difficult issue that you had to resolve with the union and how you did that. Did you learn anything from that experience?
I have, to be completely honest, very limited experience with unions. The main time that I had experience with unions was when I was with the city of Commerce City, and that was my facility department and my fleet department. Both were unionized in separate unions, and so there was a lot of policies that were passed down that ended up needing to be brought to the unions of different uh, workplace changes that were going to be happening. And so with that, my role in that was mainly just as the middle person, taking those policies, bringing them to the unions, telling them how it would impact the workers, and then getting their feedback, and then bringing that back to the city and letting them decide. Because that was directly on the public works director that was making the decisions on policy changes. Um, Ultimately, my part in that was solely just being that middle liaison person and relaying those policy changes that were being brought to council to be approved, and from there letting them know what the process is. At that point, the leadership for those unions had been in those positions for a decent amount of time. So explaining what the next steps were really was, hey, we know we've kind of been in these seats, and then that since that was my first time, I working and talking with the unions. I really just sat down and just had a conversation with them about really what their I understand unions and had education while I was in the military about unions and negotiation, um, but when it came to actively doing it, I really just sat down and had the discussion of what their experience has been working with the city. What do they already see as issues? What obstacles do they see? Uh, what feedback do they have about these policies? What changes would they want to see occur? And really just kind of getting what the union had already been working on in the past. And then with this policy that was going to be put in front for approval, what their thoughts were, what obstacles they saw, and just gain all that feedback along about that policy specifically, but really just understanding what they're working on currently, that I wasn't able to find an agreement. And that was something that I constantly had to look into, was those agreements, verifying that, hey, this person's on call. Can they be on call? What does on call look like when it comes to approving time that's put in when it comes to the labor agreements with the unions?
Okay. Go ahead, Nellie.
Question number 11. Tell us about your prior experience with union negotiations.
So, like I previously said, I have very limited experience with it. I only have educational background where I took a couple classes at Northeastern University, mainly focusing on employment law and negotiation and advocacy. And so that gave me more of that foundational knowledge. But I personally have never had to do labor negotiations. But with that, I feel like I am equipped to still be able to accomplish that task, because when it comes down to it, the staff that is taking care of the residents is an absolute asset. But also, there's that understanding that you have to remain within budgets. You have to try and be great stewards with the taxpayers' money. And so sometimes those goals compete. And so finding those friction points and where they compete, and either finding those compromises or understanding that this might be something that it's not going to meet all the demands. And then if it's not going to meet all the demands, how can we still make sure that we uh, maintain very strong relations so that we can continue taking care of the county while also making sure we take care of the people who are taking care of the county.
Alrighty, on to question 12. When you judge the performance of your employees, what distinguishes a good employee from an average employee?
I think the main factor that distinguishes it is are you performing your job or not? When it comes down to it, you have both the quantifiable and qualitative side. Someone might not be hitting all the marks, but there might be reasons why. They might be new. They might need some training on the area. Um, Someone who may be hitting their marks when it comes to the quantitative data might not have the relationship building side, or another piece. And so looking at both that quantitative and qualitative, while also I've always been a huge believer when it comes to any sort of performance review, that performance review is not a one-way talk to the person, but a fluid discussion on how they think they did, and then also how they think I did as a leader. Because ultimately, if I wasn't there to support them and resource them properly through training or information or other resources, then their performance may have been hindered solely because I hindered them as a leader. And so I always make sure that it's important in those performance reviews that we're discussing how things have gone so far. Was that performance fall on? If it's either good or bad, are you meeting those expectations of your duties and responsibilities of your position, or are you not? And if you're not, why are you not? Do you need training? Do you need assistance? Is it because of lack of resources? How can I get you those resources? And that full on discussion. Um, but when it comes down to good or bad, I think it's identifying that if a person is doing their position to the best of their ability with all the resources and support that they have, then I would say that's a good performance. But someone who is not meeting their duties and responsibilities um, in a way that they have had all the resources, they have had all their support, and either they don't want to do certain things, um, then that's another discussion. Uh, but a example of a poor or bad performance.
Okay.
Question 13. What is your experience with strategic planning?
So I'm very used to doing 5-year planning out for the military, along with making sure that my my mission, if I was at a company level, nested in with the higher levels, so that we were all moving towards the same direction within those 5 years. Um, I started off in the reserves, and the reserves they have a 5-year schedule when it comes to deployment, versus active duty. They have a 5-year plan uh, where it's more so every year has the same 5 steps in it that the reserves do in 5 years, where your unit is always in a rotation of uh, recovery is what we consider the first one, because typically that's post deployment, where you are just trying to get everyone back home. You're trying to get everyone uh, well reacquainted back with their families. Um, and really that's just a complete recovery year. The second year is individual tasks where you're focusing on the person's ability to do their military occupational specialty. Are they able to drive a vehicle? Are they able to fire a weapon? Are they able to do basic soldering tasks? And then the next one on the third year is company level. And so company level, you're doing this, you're moving from individual tasks to the next higher level. And then that fourth year is that pre-deployment and that prep year. So you're making sure that the company is still able to do everything at the company level, along with the fact that you are preparing to deploy, where you're going to your evaluating exercises and being deemed if you're able to deploy or not. And then that fifth year is your deployment year. So if you're deemed able to deploy, you're slotted for a deployment. At that time, you will then deploy your fifth year, and you will do that deployed mission for that entire fifth year until you go back to year one. And so I'm very comfortable and knowledgeable about strategic planning and looking at, okay, if this is our goal in 5 years, let's backwards plan to see where we're at, until where we're at now, and see what needs to be done in order to make sure that we get there. I'm also doing the same thing with the capital improvement projects right now, where I'm taking feedback from the section supervisors of all the different utilities and really creating a plan with them of what does 5 to 10 years for our utilities look like, where we have aging infrastructure, or we have inefficiencies in our systems due to having multiple pump stations when we can consolidate. And from there, how do we get to that point? What funding do we need? What resources do we need? Do we need land? Do we need right of way access? Does the project go into Tacoma, where we need to partner with Tacoma in order to make this occur? And really just trying to, if there's relationship building that needs to happen, make sure that's also factored in, and really looking towards the future, so that I believe, honestly, when you move from yearly planning to that strategic planning, you then also move your entire organization from being reactive to proactive, when it comes to as much proactivity tasks that you can do. Something like a car, you can do preventative maintenance, but ultimately stuff is still going to happen to a car that you do have to be reactive to. But if you are strategically planning and you're looking at the data and making sure you're stocked and you understand the historical data of things like your fleet, then you're also able to be proactive when it comes to having that inventory, having that knowledge base in your staff in order to overcome the unforeseen breakdown or maintenance requirement that occurs. So I think strategic planning, I have very knowledgeable and a very dense background in doing that, but I also am a huge believer of the benefits of moving to strategic planning.
Okay.
Alrighty, question 14. Tell us about a mistake you made at work. How did you deal with the situation? How did it get resolved?
So, again, this is going to be a military example, mainly because it was one of the most impactful mistakes that I made very early in my career as a leader, that to this day still has a huge impact on how I make decisions. So I was a brand new company commander for a unit that was doing a pre-deployment evaluation at a place called NTC, which is the National Training Center in California, that evaluates if you are cleared to do a deployment. And with that exercise, there was a new route that my unit was going to be assigned to, and I made the decision that since we were doing it at night and we had extremely limited ability to drive at night, I had one member of the leadership, along with a couple of soldiers, do a recon to that and uh, recon that route, and did a map recon. Show them, hey, at this point is gonna be your turnaround point. Um, the goal of it is just so that you guys understand the route, and you guys identify any dangers that would come up with driving it at night, and giving them clear goals. Once that recon happened, it ended up not going to plan. The identif- the identifying turning point wasn't exactly there. That was as identifiable as I thought it was based on the map recon. Um, and they ended up driving into the enemy town, down a little bit further past it. And with that, I am so happy that it was a training environment, because that would have killed 3 soldiers with that mistake, along with losing the equipment and putting the rest of the organization at risk, due to having access to our communication system in that vehicle and everything that they had access to now. And ultimately, I did some self reflection. I really learned that I was more focused on making sure that the mission would happen without a hitch, uh, instead of looking at it in a fact of, is this worth these 3 people's lives? Um, and I know a lot of people don't think in extremes, and are not usually in situations where it constantly is a matter of life or death. But I've been able to make sure that I had a better understanding of risk management, and made sure I had more information, and making sure that I put importance on information gathering when it comes to decision making. Uh, I learned an absolute ton from that mistake, uh, from the leadership to having to, in that entire exercise, if anyone in the training exercise was considered killed, I actually even had to write letters to home, because that was that's the responsibility of the company commander. And so, that really had a lasting impact, of making sure that I have that information gathering, and I have all the information I can in order to make the best informed decision I can, while also it made sure that I focus a lot more on that risk management side, uh, and made sure that uh, I understood and knew all the risks when it came to the decision I was making, and truly looking at weighing those of if it is worth, if the benefits outweigh the losses. And that is more applicable when I function as a leader everywhere else, of making sure that I'm gathering the information and doing that risk analysis. But it really was sparked by that one event that occurred. That, like I said, not everything is a life or death, but that had a lasting impact. Even though it was a training environment, of that mistake I made, and I made sure I never made it again, or never did anything similar to making a ill-informed decision.
Okay.
Question 15. What are your career goals in the next 3 to 5 years?
My next career goal, well, the first one would be hopefully to get this position, and then from there, uh, really focus on finishing my IMBA, and really improving my knowledge and starting to grow within a organization. I was in the military for 12 years. After leaving, I've been just trying to find my right fit, uh, while also my personal life. My husband and I have been looking of where we want to settle down. and right now, looking at everything that Todd County has to offer, that Minnesota has to offer, is something that we really want. And so I'm hoping that they're able to align career and personal lives of settling down in a place and growing within that community to in that organization to better serve the community. Not that is in 5 years, but ultimately my goal is to build up to be able to uh, even be in a city manager or county manager position that I'm able to really influence a lot more of the organization, and serve the community in a way that leverages my experience in various different departments, uh, various experience, skills, and knowledge that I've gotten throughout my entire career, while also leveraging my strategic planning along with organizational management uh, to to be effective and improve the deliverables that we're giving to the community.
Question 16. What are your pay expectations? If offered the position, how soon could you start?
My pay expectations, from the position, it was $50 to $60 an hour. That definitely hits my salary expectations of the position within that range that was posted. How soon I am able to move? I'm actually pretty flexible when it comes to moving. I just have to make sure that I put in the 2 weeks for my current position, and then within a half a week to a week, I could be moved to Minnesota and ready to hit the ground running.
Okay.
17. Why should we select you as our next county coordinator?
I think I should be selected because I am very passionate, as passionate as everyone else who came into the position of serving their community. I also have such a variety of experience, skills, and knowledge of my background from the military that I've also had the advantage of traveling to all these different places, seeing how they work, getting feedback from them, and looking at people trying to accomplish the same goal, and how they did it, what was successful, what was not, and so bringing that out of the box knowledge, of, hey, this is a friction point that we haven't been able to figure out. Well, this is how someone else does it. What if we try that? And I think that is an absolute asset when it comes to an organization, is having that outsider come in, look at the policies, procedures, look at the friction points that may have had people scratching their heads for a certain amount of time, and being able to say, hey, why don't we try this? And I also am a person who continuously wants to even improve on myself. Uh, so I love learning. I seek out new knowledge, and I think that's something that not everyone likes to do, but I think that's an absolute asset to the organization, so that the person in the position is never becoming stagnant with their knowledge base, and what they're willing to try, and what the work that they're willing to put in order to make sure that we are giving the best to the community that we're serving. And I think because of all of that, along with my drive and my leadership skills, I think all of that together makes me the best candidate for this position. And I would be extremely uh, extremely happy to fulfill this position and serve the community along with the board and the rest of the staff of the county.
Alrighty, number 18. What questions do you have for us?
I have just two questions. One is, are there any projects or initiatives that you're looking for the candidate to be able to hit the ground running, um, to already start tackling once they begin?
I guess we have some building projects going on right now. We're looking at redoing a rock wall around the courthouse and also a solid waste building that we will be going into bids very shortly on. The other thing is we have union negotiations happening yet this year. Commissioners, anything else to add?
I don't know if I have
Okay.
much more to add, but you did hit a few of the projects that are coming up, but a lot of those are pretty well planned. I
Yeah.
think we're doing pretty good on those. Yeah, the union negotiations and the class and comp study is probably the biggest
two.
things coming up that have a lot of work left.
Yes.
And then my second question is, what's something that has happened either in the community or something that someone on the staff has done that you really want to celebrate, either for doing something above and beyond, or just really made an impact in the community recently?
Well, the first person that comes to mind is our coordinator that's going out right now. I think she's been coordinator and it's helped us as a county grow tremendously. Commissioners?
Well said. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
She's been a big asset to this community, and filling
Yeah.
those shoes is a
And to the commissioner, yeah.
large role. Yep.
So with that, what's something that you really liked that she's done to support you guys that you would like the next candidate to continue doing to support you guys?
I think just the education she gives us about all the topics that's going on within the county. She's always keeping us informed of local, state, and national information that's going on. Commissioners?
I would just say that in the time that I've been here, the organizational skills are
Tremendous.
they're superior. You know, they always, we're always informed of what's going on in a timely manner. Communications are super clear. There's really I really don't have ever any questions about what she's trying to communicate to us. So, organization and really good communicator.
Yeah, and also I'm going to add to that because I agree with both with that. But as for keeping us inside our scope and where we belong, from stepping out of bounds and doing things we probably shouldn't at times.
Dedicated county employee.
Yep.
It's interesting with her ability to bring your idea to life. I mean, you can have an idea or question, and she would somehow generate positive income out of that, regardless of what the situation. So,
Do you have any other questions?
No other questions.
Okay. Thank you for your interview today.
Thank you for your service too.
Yes,
Yes.
thank you for your service.
Thank you, and thank you for this opportunity.
Okay.
Have a great day.
You too.
You too.
So
When the people actually So funny.
Good morning. We'll have the commissioners introduce themselves. Commissioner Denning.
Yep, Commissioner Tim Denny, District 2.
Randy Newman, District 5.
I'm Barb Becker, District 1.
Good morning, Bob Byers, District 3.
Lou Noska, District 4.
Okay. And then we'll have Nellie, our HR Director, ask the questions. If you're ready to go.
I am ready.
Okay, sounds good.
Alrighty, we'll get started then. If you need me to repeat a question, I certainly can.
Okay.
All right, question 1. Please tell us a little about yourself, including your education and experience, and why you want to be the county coordinator for Todd County. What do you know about Todd County?
All right, wonderful. Well, first of all, I know some of you just met you a few weeks ago. My name is Jackie Bauer, and I live in Melrose, actually. And without giving my whole life history, I'll kind of give you the background. I was raised in about 7 miles, it would be 7 miles south of Long Prairie. I was born in Japan. My father was served in the Air Force, and when I was 3, we moved back here to Minnesota, to the area where his family was, and started farming. So I grew up on that farm. It's about 8 miles from here until I was 12 or 13. So I went from speaking Japanese at an air base, being in the military, to being a farm girl. And because we were almost closer to living in Long Prairie, most of the time, Todd County was kind of the area that our family grew up and utilized the community and the services. In fact, years later, my mom served as the director of the public health office here in Todd County. She said, "Is Gaylord Satry still the county attorney?" And I said, "No, I don't think so, Mom. That's been a while." But so she remembers when she worked here and the population she served. Anyway, when I kind of did things backwards. When I graduated from high school, I did go to college, and I wanted to be a lot of things, but in the end, I had met my husband in high school, and I wanted to be a wife, and I wanted to get married, and so I did that, and then I found that I really did want to go back to school. I eventually earned my Associate of Arts degree at St. Cloud Technical and Community College when I started working there. My first job was in a bank, and then my second job was working for the state of Minnesota with people with disabilities and rehabilitation services. And after 9 years, I took the position at St. Cloud Technical and Community College in the admissions office, eventually as their career center director. So I did things opposite. I worked and went to school part-time while I was working full-time and having children and married, and earned my associate's degree. And then after 18 years, I took recently, about 4.5 years ago, I took a position at St. Cloud State University as an associate career director there, and then earned my bachelor's degree in elective studies with an emphasis in sociology classes, and then eventually earned my master's degree in higher education administration. And that was approximately 1.5 years ago. So how does that all connect to working for the county? In 2009, and just because I'm somebody who likes to have lots of irons in the fire, I like to keep that all organized and all those balls in the air, I saw a position, an opening in the paper for a clerk position for Birchdale Township. And I was familiar with the area because of the Birch Lake area and Ward Springs, and I applied for the position, was interviewed by our 5 members on the board, and I was offered the position as clerk. And wow, did I not know what I didn't know? But I also realized how much I enjoyed the administrative aspect of that work. And I am still the clerk of Birchdale Township. The position has grown into a lot more, but through that position, I've come to meet a lot of the people at Todd County, a lot of the department heads, a lot of the offices. So a lot of times I do spend more of my time this way, even though I live in Melrose, Stearns County, and technically work in Stearns County. But I have worked as the clerk and head election judge of Birchdale Township since 2009. And then 2 years ago, I took on another job because, of course, you can never have too many positions, you know. And I work part-time also as a Minnesota Association of Township trainer. So I train other clerks and treasurers from small towns, cities, and townships across the state of Minnesota. And I really enjoy that work as well. So that's a little bit about me. At 12, we moved off the farm, but we still lived only 2 miles away from the farm, over by the Diamond Point area. And that's where I was raised, right out in that area on County Road 2 in that area by the lake. So that's a little bit about me.
Okay. And if the commissioners have questions, we'll just kind of interrupt you as you're talking.
Sounds
Okay,
good.
Nellie?
Alrighty, question 2. What are you most excited about in this position? What are you most concerned about?
I think what excites me the most, and if in my cover letter, it might have talked about that. All my years I've worked in St. Cloud, and yes, a lot of the work I've done has been in higher education. The populations I've served are mostly young adults, you know, definitely, but also non-traditional, a wide diversity of people, Minnesotans who are furthering their education, training. My position currently is also employer relations, and so we work really hard to make sure that our talent, our young people, or the people that are graduating, whether it's from the 2-year or 4-year college, we want them to stay, live, not leave the area, not move away. And so through that position, I get to work with a lot of employers in the area in central Minnesota. I also, though, through my current role, I'm able to work statewide, also in the United States and even out of country with employers. It's just something I really enjoy. But I've always lived in central Minnesota. I've always stayed here. I've never moved from the time that my husband and I bought our home in town in Melrose. Our 3 daughters live in the Birch Lake area, kind of in central Minnesota as well. 2 are married. The 3rd one is getting married in August, and I have 3 grandbabies now, so they're right near me, which I love. But I've always worked, you know, in St. Cloud area. This position would bring me back to where I've always been and where I've always stayed. And I know that I want to do it because of the work that I do with the township. And I've always been trying to get back. It's been difficult. You know, positions don't come along as much. You know, once you're working in a good position, you stay in the area. So that's what I'm really excited about. Concerns, I don't know that I have any concerns. I would just want to make an impact. I would hope that I can be successful. However, I know my predecessor is outstanding and amazing. So stepping into Chris's shoes is a big cup to fill. But you know, concerns would be anything that we face in the township. Kind of that clash between maybe agriculture and non-agriculture residents. The broadband's been an issue recently that Chris talked to us about too, and we see that in the township. So it would just be to further everything across the departments that Todd County has, and to make it better and make this area be a destination place for people to stay and not leave our talent. So.
Alrighty, question 3. If selected for this position, what would be included in your transition plan as the new county coordinator, your first 30 days? What would be your first priorities? What would you definitely not do during this period?
That's a really good question. Well, the very first thing would be for me to want to meet with each department head and each department, share who I am so that they know I'm approachable and what my background is, but then most of it would be me listening, not talking. Me listening, hearing what is shared, what concerns those departments have, the experts. The other side of it would probably be just becoming connected to the community. I currently am a member of the St. Cloud Sauk Rapids Sartell Chamber of Commerce. I find that's a great way to meet people in the business community. So you have to get out there and talk to people, and that's what I would do. I would make sure I'm visible and just begin that. 30 days is not a long time. That would be the beginning of it, just the beginning. What wouldn't I do? I certainly wouldn't come in and lay out parameters and say, this is what we need to do. I have served under, supervisors or people that have tried to do that. I found that that's not very successful. You can't make decisions, you can't determine things until you know the lay of the land from the experts. So that those 30 days for sure would be that, but even beyond.
Okay.
Good.
All right, question 4. We believe amicable relationships with department heads, elected officials, commissioners, and the public are key to the success for this position. What steps would you take to ensure and strengthen relationships? What steps would you take to resolve differences?
Okay. True to heart, because we make New Year's resolutions every year, right? Most of mine involve health and weight and fitness. This year I decided I'd have a new one, and that was that I really wanted to learn about people. I really wanted to lean in, kindness, and hear people. In my current role or in the past roles I've had, I work with, like I said, a lot of diversity, all types of affinity groups. And the best way to understand people is to hear them, to put yourself in their shoes. I think that's the key to connecting to people. So, to me, it would be really important to be visible, like I said earlier. I would, if I was offered the position, I would fully become a very high user of the community resources. And not to say that we don't already. We come this way for lots of things, groceries and flowers, the Amish community, we love that. And so that would be something that would be really important to me, because if I'm in that position, then I'm going to live that position, live into it. So certainly just meeting people, getting to know them, understanding where they're coming from, and making those connections even to be more visible and meet people where they're at. So I think that answers the question.
Okay. All right, question 5. How do you build trust with the board, staff, and public?
Okay. Well, first on the board level, I kind of mentioned this in my video interview, I think. When I was hired as a clerk at Birchdale Township, they had a consultant on staff. Her name was Roseanne Indereden. She was the city clerk for Melrose for many, many, many years. She had recently retired, and so the township board had brought her on as a consultant to transition a new clerk. They had had some upheaval in the township board and with their clerk treasurer in the years preceding, and they wanted to make sure the transition was smooth. One of the very first things Roseanne said to me was 2 pieces of advice. She said, first of all, you don't make up answers to just make people happy, but most importantly is you're transparent in everything you do. And my goal then has been to support the township board in that way. I think it's key to make sure that they have everything they need to make informed, transparent decisions. Her advice was the moment that you cover something or you try to not own up to a mistake is the moment that you lose the trust of your residents and of the community. And I 100% believe that. That's what I live by. So I work very hard to make sure our township board and the work we do follows that path. And my goal is to support them so that they can further that and make good decisions. That would follow along with the work that I would do with my colleagues and with the other people that I work with here at the county. If I don't know something, I'm going to say I don't know, but then I'm going to go find out. Just the love of learning and education, you know, working in higher ed, you want to know the answers. So I'm going to try to find that out and help to, you know, help residents understand why things are done sometimes the way they are done or why things can't be done. But I see myself as that connector to community, to residents, to the county, to the board, and being someone who's transparent, ethical, and making myself knowledgeable to give the correct information.
Okay.
Question 6, what do you feel the county coordinator's role should be with the county board? What about during the discussion of a controversial subject at a county board meeting?
Okay, so I kind of said that kind of as my answer in the last question. Again, I think that's a skill sometimes that you learn the longer you are working as a clerk or when you're supporting a board, is you start to, the first time that you're sitting there and the board has an issue in front of them, and they all of a sudden are grasping for some piece of information, and you didn't have the wherewithal to think that through prior to the meeting, that this is something that Bob or Lou or Barb or Randy or Tim are going to want to know the answer to. You need to anticipate that. And so if you were going to want to have that information prepared and ready for you, so that if that comes up, you can say, okay, we have that information here. That makes sure that it's not wasting the community's time or your time. You can make decisions that are up to the moment with the most current information. Now, if the topic is controversial, again, I see myself as that person who is the giver of knowledge, of the information that you need to listen and make that informed decision. It might not be my role at that point to make a comment that's really not my role, but my role is there to give you all of the information you need so that you can address those issues and those concerns. So that's where I see this position. And, you know, if it's working with the department heads to bring the information to the meeting, then that's what I would do as well. And if maybe I'm meeting with a department and they don't think of something that you might need, I'm going to encourage that. Have we thought of this? Do you think they're going to want to know this? Is this going to be needed? So let's bring that to the board and make sure they have that at their hand to make their decisions.
Okay.
All righty, question 7. Describe what you have done to enhance organizational effectiveness by providing training and guidance to employees.
Okay. So currently, I have one graduate assistant that works under me, and I also have approximately 8 peer career advisors, student workers. But in my position at St. Cloud Technical Community College, I had an administrative assistant that worked with me. So I do admit I have not had a large staff that I've supervised, which would be, you know, more so in this position. But training is something that's key for us to make sure that everyone is well trained, so that when someone is, you know, not there or can't fulfill that role, that we have people that are trained enough to step in and take over, so that you have a very seamless delivery of services. I think coming through COVID, my first year at St. Cloud State University, we were in person. That was pre-COVID. And then that second year is when COVID hit, and we completely transitioned all of the university staff to home. And that was pretty challenging, not only for the job I did at SCSU, but also working as a clerk. I also saw a lot of things come out because of that. But I think training is really key. In our office currently, what we do is we work with training manuals. We run a week-long training session. Since COVID, we've kind of adapted to a hybrid model. We're able to pivot and offer trainings either virtually, in person. We can work either way. I'm very comfortable utilizing Zoom, Teams, any of the virtual platforms. And I've also taught as an adjunct professor at St. Cloud State. And I taught a class that was what we call synchronous. Synchronous meaning it was in person and on Zoom. That's very challenging to keep students engaged because you have people at home and you have people in person. I tried to lure with snacks to get people to come in, but couldn't quite do it. So maybe my snacks weren't that good. I'm not sure. But anyway, so I'm very comfortable with that, very comfortable pivoting and changing up format and training in that mode. And throughout the years, just, working with people on resumes and interviewing and, all of that in itself is a training. So many years of that. Thank you.
Okay.
Question 8. Share an example of how you work with other agencies or government units.
Okay. So, working as a state employee, I've worked with the state of Minnesota for 23 years. In my first position, I didn't have as much connection to other agencies, although at that time we were working alongside of the Workforce Center. Did a lot of side-by-side alignment work with that, with the general public and positions, job postings, recruitment. When I took the role at St. Cloud Technical and Community College, and especially when I moved into working as the career director there in about 2008, that's when I really realized how important it was to maintain relationships, not just with your local agencies, but even with state connections. And I know I fumbled on my video about who my senator and representative was, and I should have known. I was just here a couple of weeks ago, and I told you I had a letter from Paul Key and had reached out to Mike Wiener. But I'm in 3 different spaces. I'm in the St. Cloud area, I'm in the Stearns County area, and then Todd County with Birchdale. Those relationships are key. And I told this story, I think, when I was here, maybe briefly. I was asked to join a statewide group called the Minnesota Council of Nonprofits. I was representing Birchdale Township. I felt there needed to be a voice for outstate Minnesotans from rural and township groups. And I joined that group over a space of multiple meetings. And the goal of that group was really to let the state understand how difficult sometimes it is to write for grants, especially when you are from the rural and outstate area. But during that time, I was able to meet a Hennepin County legislator, Danny Nadeau. And although that's, biggest area in Minnesota, just through sitting down and having lunch, linked in with him and have his business card, and I meant that's a friend of mine. In fact, when I was telling him about some of the concerns from the township, even though he had maybe didn't have an ability to really understand the things I was sharing, he had some great suggestions for me to get the voice heard down in St. Paul. And so I took that information and want to keep on connecting and maintaining and cultivating that relationship, but continue to do that. And I've seen that over and over again as I worked with the chamber and with different agencies in the St. Cloud and Stearns County area. So sometimes it is the loudest voice, but sometimes to get to be the loudest voice, you have to continually be there at the table over and over and over again to build the relationship so that they hear you.
If I may, excuse me, you talked about the grant writing. We had a small discussion about that earlier up here, and I'm curious, the process you talk about researching, in your cover letter, you talk about researching applying and securing these state grants in the more inclusive, streamlined experience. Is there one aspect of that, the researching, the applying, or the securing that you think is the most important?
Well, the concerns I hear and what I hear from the outstate clerks, treasurers, the people from the townships, the supervisors, is a lack of awareness of what's available. So when I joined that group, I found out that a lot of the same agencies continue to get the pots of money over and over again because they're aware of it or they're closer to maybe that metro area and they're getting, the information is getting shared out to them. So my concern was, the effort needs to be made to share that information in a better way, a more easier, accessible way with those of us in outstate. We don't know, if we don't know what's available, how can we apply? And you know, they're coming to us saying, well, nobody applies, nobody turns in applications from outstate. That's because we're not aware of it sometimes, you know, and if we don't know that, how can we? We don't know what the qualifications are. We don't know what the grant process is. And so that's been a really big concern of mine because, you know, our township, we don't have a lot of money, you know that. And we're having some big road concerns coming up. And we don't have the money. Well, to come to the residents and all of a sudden say, we need all of this money, I feel like it's important that I'm out there looking for other ways to be creative in finances. Let's find some other ways to fund these things and to support and cost share it. So.
Thank you.
Question 9, describe your involvement in the budgeting and financial process in your organization.
Okay. So initially I came from a really small budget. I might have even mentioned that when I worked for the career office, they gave me a budget of $6,000 non-salary. Think about how creative that has to be. And I right away realized that our job posting software program was very out of date. And when I started price checking on software programs, I realized that the $6,000 wasn't going to go very far, along with everything else that we needed in that office. So right away, I think that's when I really began to think about financing creativity, you know. Again, you don't know if you don't check into things. And during that time, I also coordinated a young ladies camp, 12-year-olds from central Minnesota, and brought them in to do non-traditional careers. They got to weld and they got to hammer nails and carpenter and you know, carpentry and do some things like that, water, wastewater. And I wrote for my first grants in that time. Some of that was also going out to various Lions groups and presenting the case for funds. But then when I came over to St. Cloud State University, we have our office structure is we have an executive director, and then there's 5 of us. There's 3 career counselors, which I'm one of them, an office manager, and an IT specialist. The budget there is quite a bit more than that. There are multiple funds, and we are shared governance with our executive director, which, you know, not to get off topic, but that's always, I've been in the good position to always have supervisors that were always good about sharing knowledge, sharing information, so that when budget decisions were made, it wasn't that we weren't all at the table. And so sometimes when the hard decisions were made, at least people understood why. So we have, I believe, 3 different accounts right now. We, again, these are all non-salary. Salary is kind of kept as central. We have 5 different unions at the university, so that's a location I've had the biggest number of unions in where I work. And so we have a budget year that usually runs July 1st to July 1st. So we have meetings that work right up to the budget time, and we follow a strategic plan on what we've made for goals for the year, and then how those budget funds support those areas. And again, I know I get long-winded, so I don't want to go too in-depth, but that's kind of how we create our budget decisions from year to year. And I will be honest, we have had our budget cut in the last few years, or at least stable, where we're not given additional money. So a lot like everyone, so in public sector. So we've had to come to be creative again. So it's something that's just continued for me.
So Madam Chair, I got a question. So how are you involved with Birchdale's budgeting?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm like, take off township hat, put on my current position. Okay, so yes. Our budget in Birchdale, we sit at around about $500,000 to $600,000, give or take. We kind of go up and down. The treasurer and I work together to recommend what we feel the levy should be set for each year. And we give the board our recommendation and the supportive information about why we believe that. By doing that, we bring forward data. We utilize the county and township small city software, CTAS, to run those reports so that we can make decisions. So we try to show a good 5 to 10 year history of costs, road expenses, plowing, whatever we need. And then we have a 5-year capital improvement plan. So we're continually revisiting that to decide, which roads are coming up, which bridges. And again, a lot of that is working with the county department, Lauren's office, the county engineer, so that we know what we need to plan for and how much funds we're going to need. And sometimes you get a curveball thrown in, last year, pretty heavy snow, that took a big bite. This year, maybe we're going to have a little buffer. I don't know. Snow I should knock on wood, right? Don't say that, Jackie. It's completely melting out there. So yes, the treasurer and I, we both, what we do is we have dual control. So I handle one side of the book, she handles the other side. And then we come together quarterly to check the numbers, make sure they're aligning correctly. And then we also have our end of the year audit that we have to file with the Office of the State Auditor. So we go through that process as well and present all that information to the board. I also maintain all the bills, the claims. They come into my address. I process them first, and then they go to the treasurer, and then she processes them. And I go ahead and create the checks for signature. So,
thank you.
Yeah, thank you for asking, Randy. Helping me.
Alrighty, question 10. This is a heavily unionized county. Tell us about the most difficult issue that you had to resolve with a union and how you did that. Did you learn anything from that experience?
Okay, so my experience with the union is really on the side of being a member of the union. I've always been a member of the union since 2001. I began with the it would be the Federated Employees, it's the AFSCME union. I then worked into the MAPE union. I'm currently part of ASF, Associated Faculty. But we also have I've also worked with Middle Management Union at my other position, and then there's also a higher level union at St. Cloud State. So I speak from the side of working with leadership on that side of the table. I did go through a strike back in the 2000s, and that was difficult. It was difficult from our side, of course, as union members and having families, but I also understood somewhat the difficulty on the side of our leadership or administration to have to come together and make sure services were still delivered to the students. More recently, we went through a contract year that was, we're in 2-year cycles. Contract year was a little bit tense because we were really wanting to see the salaries increased. And there is a tight budget. And I think what I said earlier about being transparent about finances, it helped the unions to understand why maybe all of the requests weren't granted. I will say that we had threatened to strike because there were certain things that we were very strong about, and it was kind of a no, we're not going to move on this. But the nice thing was then you look for creativity in other ways. Are there other opportunities for additional training that means a bonus? Is there a way to change up the hours? Could you do some hybrid work and make that be somewhat of a benefit if you can't do it in monetary? So right now we did settle, and I think both sides were pretty happy, but the wage issue is still a concern. We have pulled together now a committee. I haven't volunteered yet for that because I do have a lot on my plate. But it's a wage comp study to look at salaries and to come up with what we believe is fair. There's a lot of talent that is leaving state service and higher ed. And we're seeing younger, employees coming in and not staying like you used to see 10, 20, 30 years, retiring out. They're not, they're leaving 2-3 years and they're gone. And that's really talent going out the door. So hopefully that wage comp committee together will work. But I think that's going to be it's going to be a challenge to go through that. So I did serve as a committee with the union also this past 2 years for nominations and elections. So anytime we had a role come open, I worked with another person on the committee to send out balloting, to request nominations and that whole process. And then we utilized SurveyMonkey and some other things for taking nominations and voting process. So.
Okay.
Question 11. Tell us about your prior experience with negotiations.
Negotiations, okay. So like I said, we're on a 2-year cycle, always have been, since the beginning that I started in 2001. Usually, again, July 1st is the end of the cycle for contracts negotiation. And so, again, coming from the side of being a union member, the process that we typically utilize is about 6 to 12 months prior to the contract coming up. Our union is gathering what is important to the union members. So you have a union as a whole. You have younger employees where maybe daycare expense accounts are really important. Family leave is really important. Childcare. Then you might have middle people who are just looking at maybe starting retirements. What are the opportunities for PRA, for MSRS, some of the retirement accounts? What is the leadership looking at matching or putting in and building? And then you look at retirement level, people that are looking at maybe 5 more years to go or 10 more years, and what is important to them to see, is there a payout on sick leave into a health savings account? Or so everybody has what they want. They can't bring forward all of those requests. That has to really be looked at. And being on the leadership team for the nominations committee, I was able to be privy to some of that with the executive team. And so it was a way of taking what do we feel this year is doable, and what can we work on, and what are our priorities to bring forward. And then negotiations is really that back and forth. You come out with your most want, then you come back with that, answer to what you want, and then you come back and rework that. And again, some things are kind of very important to membership, so that's what you stick on. But some of the other things you can maybe, lean back on, and again, work collaboratively with the leadership in negotiation. So, we did threaten to strike this last time, but our leadership was really cognizant about approaching it in a caring way. They could understand it. I think you have to be understanding of each other's sides and transparent about the finances.
Okay.
All right, question 12. When you judge the performance of your employees, what distinguishes a good employee from an average employee?
Well, we counsel this with our students all the time. Some of the key things that employers have shared with me, and I see this, just in my own children, in my coworkers, and my colleagues, are a couple different things. First of all, knowing how to find an answer if you don't know it. Where do I look? What resources can I pull from to get the information I need? An ability to articulate and work with diversity. People come to you with lots of different backgrounds. You have to be a good communicator to listen and understand, but then communicate the message to someone in a way that they will understand. That can be a lost art. It sometimes takes people longer to get that. People are maybe better at it. Not everybody is a people person. Problem solving. I think not giving up on a challenge. So having the grit and the wherewithal to stick by and stick with it to the end. Sometimes I don't see that in people. It's easy to give up and say, well, maybe somebody else can take a stab at it. I'm not going to try. And not trying to see it through to the end. Having ability to see both sides. I think you have to step out and, you can be very passionate about your feelings on a side, but I think it's really important for employees to be a good employee, to also be willing to put maybe that aside and for a bit understand where the other person's coming from, so you can work together. So those are things that we want to send people out of college with. Those are the key skills that I think employees need, and that's what I value. So.
Okay.
Question 13. What is your experience with strategic planning?
Oh, okay. Well, strategic planning is very key in the position I'm in right now. We are continually visiting our strategic plan. And I also equate it to our capital improvement plan with the township. The capital improvement plan is kind of a living, breathing plan. We always talk about with the board, and I have 5 supervisors as well with Birchdale. Things can change in a dime, and you do have to sometimes readjust your plan. But you need that guide to make sure that you're staying on track with the finances, with the resources you need to meet the goals that you have set out, and that you have the people quality, the people they're your greatest asset. They're the people that are going to move that goal forward. So goals and setting goals and revisiting it, going back to it is important. So I always say the capital improvement plan is not an annual thing. It is not a 5-year thing. It's a constant. It's a continual growth thing. Strategic planning at the college is very much in depth. What we do is quarterly, we set goals for the coming either semester or 1 year, and then we revisit those goals to see where we're at. For each goal, we figure out what is the resources needed, whether it's financial, whether it's people, whether it's training, whether it's software. And then we're coming back to those goals each time. Maybe sometimes we have to set some aside, come up with a new one, depending on what's happening. That happened during COVID. The whole process of moving to remote became really huge. Equipment moving, all of that. Transitioning to work at home. But your strategic plan is something you can always go to. We keep it out on a shared drive. We use Teams, and it's always there for all of the employees to revisit. and check on. And it's also something that our supervisor tries to, or our executive director tries to remind us, is this aligning with that strategic plan? Does this fit within that final goal? So it's really in-depthly done at the college and to some extent through the capital improvement plan with the township.
Okay, thank you.
Question 14. Tell us about a mistake you made at work. How did you deal with the situation? How did it get resolved?
Oh, okay. Well, one thing about mistakes is they're learning opportunities, right? That means the next time you do it differently and you learn from what you did. I think not maybe so much a mistake, but maybe not anticipating or understanding what was going to happen. I'll use a more recent with my current position, and that was post-COVID. When COVID happened, everything was all on with remote. You couldn't have our township meetings at Birchdale. We had to pivot, try to deliver those. At that time, we didn't have our technology, so we were trying to do it over phone banks and phone in, but trying to deliver and get that information out to the residents as much as possible. And then as slowly we came out of that, it was kind of a new world because some people were, do we all go back 100%? Or no, I kind of like this format. I like being virtual. Or is it an in-between? And I run a lot of events through my current position with employers and the community and also our students. And when we came back from COVID, I thought that we should try to offer everything to everybody. And I tried to run both in-person and virtual events. In some cases, that went okay, but with not all audiences, it didn't go very well. What I didn't anticipate was during COVID, many people picked up and moved. They actually went to where they wanted to live. They wanted to go where they were. They saw the future as being, I can live here and I can do this job remotely. So I don't need to come back to where the location is. But others were thirsty to come back and be in person and be with people. And I found out you can't do it all and do it well. So I was trying to do what you would assimilate with as synchronous. I was trying to have smart rooms set up, in person, virtual. Didn't go very well. I had one semester of that. I went back to professors. I said, what do you think didn't go well? What went well? The next semester we adjusted. We decided to hold certain days would be strictly in person. Other days would be strictly virtual with an option if you wanted to come to either. And then that definitely got better. And now we've adopted that mode, but we've actually adopted more of an in-person mode. And I have to say that's been the most successful. So I think trying to give everything all at once coming out of COVID, I misjudged that. I didn't know what I didn't know, I guess. So.
Question 15. What are your career goals in the next 3 to 5 years?
Oh, my career goals. Okay. Well, I hope I'm working for Todd County. That would be a career goal. I hope I'm here working. I've come out of earning my master's degree about 1.5 years ago. I'm a little bit college tired. I don't see myself going for a PhD. However, I love learning. Right now, I'm on the other side of things, training for MAT with Minnesota Association of Township. I do short course training. We go out to all parts of the state and I present on topics. I create curriculum on parliamentary procedure or tips and tricks for being organized as a clerk or in administration for treasurers and supervisors. And sometimes I don't know everything, so I like to learn. Crazy thing, a couple weeks ago over the semester break, I went to the library and took out a book on SQL programming. Why? You might think, I don't know if any of you are computer programmers. I read the first chapter, that was enough of SQL. I'm not up for that. I understand databases, and I did get the gist of it, but I don't want to give up on it. So I'm not one that will stop learning. I just don't think it would be me to get a PhD or anything at this point. I do think, though, I would continue to learn and train and become more and more knowledgeable. Also, career-wise, I want to continue to grow the network I have of employers and connections throughout the state of Minnesota. I think I have something like 4,000 LinkedIn connections. Maybe I can grow that to 6 or 7 in 3 years. I don't know. I just find that connections are great. When you need somebody that has a resource, it's great to have that at your hand to reach out and say, can you help me? True story, Sven Sundegaard, I don't know if you know him, he's a weather person. A couple of years ago, I had a young man come in who wanted to be a meteorologist, and he said, Jackie, as a first-year student, what should I be doing for clubs and organizations? I sent a message through LinkedIn to Sven, because he's an alum of St. Cloud State. Within 30 minutes, he messaged me back through LinkedIn and said, I would recommend he join this, he do this as an internship. And I shared that. I said, here you go. This is an expert in the field. And he's sharing what he knows. So having that sometimes is really great because you can connect and approach people that maybe are a little bit more difficult to connect with just through phone or email. So I think that's important to grow that network and really grow relationships here in the area. Get back to where I live. I live here. I want to, keep all my friends here. So, in the area.
All right, question 16. What are your pay expectations? If offered the position, how soon could you start?
Well, what do I recommend to students when they're asked about salary? I always say never give a number. Never give a number. Ask them what they think the range should be based on your qualifications and knowledge and education. I have seen the range and I really feel comfortable with it. I think it's really where I would want to be. So I would look forward to further talking about that and what I can bring to the role and look further at maybe the benefit package. As far as the second part of your question, Nellie, I think at minimum, I would need probably 4 weeks. And I hope that wouldn't be too much of a difficulty, but I really feel like for transitioning my office that I'm currently in, and also my other position, I would definitely step down from Matt Trainer. I'm not sure about the township. I'd have to see if that was a conflict. I do love my work with the township as a clerk, but if that would be a conflict, then I would, of course, step down from that. But I'd say it would have to have 4 weeks, probably.
From experience, it's a conflict.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay, Barb. It's good to know.
All right, question 17. Why should we select you as the next county coordinator?
Oh, the $1 million question. I believe that I should be selected because I know a lot of people here already. I think that some of the people that work for Todd County know of me, and they know that I am a workhorse. I wouldn't be doing 3 jobs at one time if I wasn't. I just like that. I like that work ethic. That's where I come from. I come here from central Minnesota. I am already here in the area. I live in Melrose. My husband and I would probably move closer, I will say, though. I'm maybe Osakis or toward Long Prairie. Our daughters have all moved out now, like I said, although they're still in the area, so we could stay in the area. He works in Alexandria for the water treatment facility, my husband. So it'd be nice between. I am going to be somebody that I'm always going to be kind, but I'm going to do the work that's needed to further this county, to hopefully support the residents that live in this county, and be available to them and to the board. So I think the background that I have with my township work, and even though higher education is not is not county or state or city government, I still believe there's a lot of overlap there in the work that I've done. And I think the organizational skills I bring, that ability to balance all of those balls in the air. And I mean, right now Denise and her staff, I know how it is with the election. Jolene, you have to keep it all in the air. And I'm somebody I think that's really strong at that, and I enjoy that kind of work. And then just the ability to work with all of the departments at Todd County, and all of us kind of working in that goal of making the county be a place of destination and being as strong as it can be. So I believe I'm your candidate.
And then last question, number 18, what questions do you have for us?
Oh, okay. Well, first of all, I guess I would ask each of you, you all live in the county, each of you come from different towns in the county, but I think as a whole, what do you like best about serving as a commissioner for this county? And you don't all have to give an answer, but if anybody can tell me what you like best, I'd like to hear that.
For me personally, it's serving the people, the go between the people within the county and the county works, the department heads and so forth. No.
Yeah, working with people,
Yeah.
Helping people, if they have a problem, help them resolve that problem, finding the answer to their issues.
Okay.
I'd agree, being their constituents' representation of what their questions and concerns are for their family and where they live for the county, and just being their voice and their vote.
Yeah, I'd reiterate what Tim just said there. Being their voice is the biggest thing, because that's what you expect out of an elected official, is them to be your voice. That when you're not an elected official, you're hoping that they're working toward the betterment for your area, not just for the betterment of themselves.
Right.
That's the biggest thing I see.
I think for myself, it's growing up and graduating from this area, Long Prairie High School, and being able to come back and serve people that I worked with, that I graduated with, that my kids, their kids and our kids played ball together, did whatever sporting events and different things. So being able to serve them and their concerns, their safety concerns, their health concerns, their business development concerns, all those things are, it's great. Love it.
Did you graduate in the 80s, 90s, Bob, 2000s?
Yeah, one of those.
All of those. Okay, one of those. I was going to say maybe Sauk Center Main Streeters in the Long Prairie. I think at that time they're the Long Prairie Indians. We had a lot of competitions together.
Yeah, we used to play against the Kane boys and Kaufmans and whoever, all those
Oh, sure.
basketball teams over there.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I won't share either what year. But I'll bet maybe we were in school, similar. I see that with working for the township too. It's really important because I live here too. My family lives here. My family's grown up here. I came from more of a farming background. My grandparents were in the Padua area, more that direction of Sauk Center. But the concerns that are here are what township and what the county government can really address. And I love the idea that there's so much accessibility. I feel like, when we're trying to talk to our legislators down in St. Paul, it's difficult. There's not just a divide by space. There's a divide just to access. But here, people can come into this room and stand in front of you and share what's happening to them in their backyard, their road, their right of way, their property. And that's happening continually, and you can address that right at the moment. It moves a lot quicker. I have to say, working in state government and higher ed, it doesn't move as quick as that. And I do like that about the township work, because we're a lot more accessible to residents to make those changes. What do you think, what do you think are maybe some of the biggest challenges to the county coordinator role? I know Chris she's been in the position. I remember when she was working with the website, because I worked with her on our transitioning off of the county website and kind of going out on the township, having our own. So she's got big shoes to, I've got big shoes to fill in the role, but what do you see as the next challenges coming up?
Well, I see we have union negotiations coming up this year.
Okay.
And we also have our comp study that we're in the middle of right now. So that
Okay,
will
you're
be
doing a
put
comp study.
into
Okay.
to play yet, yes.
I see.
Yep.
Sure.
And then we're, building-wise, we're working on the Burville solid waste building. We
Okay.
also have a grant for our rock wall out here. I have to apologize for my voice though, so.
That's okay. I can hear you. Yeah. You're losing it.
Commissioners?
I bet all morning too. It's just good. Yeah, that's okay. Okay, so some big projects going on.
Yes,
And I
we
know
are.
Chris shared with us too, just getting the broadband out through the county.
Yes.
That's something that we are really, trying to support where we can. I think that definitely came out through COVID.
Right.
We saw how much that was lacking. Yeah. I don't really have other questions. I mainly wanted to know what you liked about your role. And I know like I said, I know you've been here a couple hours. I think I'm your last candidate, so I'm sure you want to get on with your day. So that's probably all I have. And that's the final one, Nellie?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I just want to end by saying I really appreciate you taking the time to talk to me and meet with me. Again, I want to reiterate that I think I may not know everything that's needed about the role, but I think that my past history has demonstrated that I can step into positions, hit the ground running, and learn them quickly. But I'm also going to be a listener of the experts that are here in the county, the department people. That's going to be us working together as a common goal. So I'm not worried because I know the expertise is already here in the house. So I just hope I can add to that and maybe support and enhance that. So thank you all very much.
You're welcome.
Thank
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so do I just leave now, right? Okay, Nellie, thank you. All right. Well, good. I raced here. I was in some different clothes, changed in the bathroom in one of the convenience stores. I think the guy behind the counter was like,
Oh, wow.
what's going on here now? She went in looking one way, came out another.
Go get a drink.
Anyway, thank you. Have a good day, everyone.
Thank you.
thank
See
you.
ya.
Bye-bye. Thanks, Nellie.
Well, so, did you guys have a chance to rank your candidates, or, I guess this is,
Okay, the next board action form we have, agenda topic is county coordinator candidate deliberations. Background on this BAF is the Todd County Board of Commissioners selected finalists for the county coordinator position. Interviews were completed immediately preceding this action with each candidate and the commissioners will hold a deliberation discussion. Options. Option 1 is to proceed with approving an offer to hire county coordinator vacancy. Option 2, proceed with third round of interviews. Or option 3, continue with the recruitment process for the county coordinator vacancy.
so we would need a,
So if we deliberate, it's going to be public, right? If we deliberate this right now?
We're on Zoom,
And we're live, okay.
right? Zoom? Or on YouTube too. Right, right.
I guess the first question is, do you feel we have a candidate that's worthy of moving forward with hiring?
Do we have one we think we could?
Yes.
I feel like we have a candidate.
I feel like we have someone that has the credentials and
Quality.
qualifications and is quality enough for the position. I feel like it's there.
Okay, then I guess if you guys Yep. Okay, but, okay, so I guess at this point, can they just pass to me or to Nellie who we all feel is the top candidate? And if we agree or disagree, because we might,
Are we just trying to proceed with, we found somebody?
Yeah. So at this point, we're not deciding on a person, we're deciding to move forward with hiring, right?
Right,
Well,
so
but-
you're gonna make a motion on one of those three options, or if you have a different option you'd like to.
okay, I'll ask for a motion on one of the following options. To proceed with hiring, well, it's hard because we might all have a different candidate in mind and we might need another third interview if there's two candidates that come out on top. So I think we gotta look and see if we're all thinking the same candidate or not.
Oh, and we can speak it, I mean, it is public, but we can still say who we think is the best candidate, I mean, out loud.
Conduct open meetings,
Okay,
interviews.
Yep.
So you can discuss this openly, and that's what deliberation is. You now, 5 board members are gonna deliberate on who you felt was your favorite, or who you wanna move forward with, who you need your input on that, and then you guys board to decide.
You got it.
moving forward.
Right.
okay. Who wants to start?
I can if you'd
Okay,
like. Yeah,
you-
well, for me, I had one that stood out, just for experience and education and, you know, I guess what I thought needed to be in that position, and it was Stephen Jones for me. Because
Okay.
it seemed like he had everything we were asking for. Some of the other candidates didn't seem like they actually had the qualifications to quite get there. I mean, in my opinion.
Okay,
That was my number one.
I go next. I'll agree with Lewis. Stephen was a strong candidate also, but I'm willing to sacrifice some qualifications for, I guess, some familiarity with the county and department heads and how we work side by side with everybody. And so, and also personality, I believe is something that you cannot teach that very well. So, and then this candidate seemed to have it and have good relationships existing already within the county. And I thought she interviewed really well. My vote is for Jacqueline.
okay. Who wants to go next?
Mine was,
Okay,
I think we had two good candidates, Stephen and Jackie. The thing that caught my attention with Jackie, I did not know she was and I'll bring this out, a union employee since 2001, so she would know the other side of things that we deal with a lot when we go into union negotiations. The comp study, I think they're doing that at St. Cloud State. Yeah, it's the township, and that was something we have been, is that working relationship with our townships. I'm looking at that saying, and she's eager to get out and about, whether to its AMC or wherever. I think she would be really a good fit in AMC, because she's got that personality.
so your vote is
I would say Jackie.
Jackie? Bob?
Yeah, I'm both, I thought both Stephen and Jackie, I mean, they were very, I kind of went through and I kind of gave them pluses and minuses and all their answers, and believe it or not, it was 10 to 10. As far as the way in my head is working between, experience, qualifications, different things, so. Yeah, I think they would both be able to do the job. I think one might be able to do it a little quicker. And then the other token is thinking one might be able to be more of a long-term fit. That being said, if I'm casting the vote, I'm gonna vote for Jackie.
And my vote is also for Jackie. I like her knowledge of the township coming in. I like her being aware to multitask in many different areas and so forth, which I think as a coordinator you need to do. Will be very good at AMC with our state and federal agencies, grant writing we were just talking about, and if she can't do it, she would know the connections to be able to help us do that. So my vote would also go with Jackie.
Right on. She was definitely my very close second. So.
Yeah, they are, they were very,
It was a hard.
It was like
battle,
10 to 10, you know?
Yeah.
No, I agree.
And I keep going back to like, long-term,
Yeah.
even beyond, and maybe when any of us are here, can she run with this and, and get going?
Yeah, I understand this is a rather quick decision, but we can all acknowledge that it's not an easy one. It's not a no-brainer, cut and dry. But
is the 4-week out, is that gonna be a problem?
That I would say is typical in this position. I mean, that
Okay.
was, for me, I was expecting that at least a month notice. Yeah, no matter, what candidate, I figured the minimum notice they would have to give is a month.
Well, the other thing is, I'm assuming this position is higher ranked than Birchdale clerk. That's a wonderful
Oh,
job.
yeah.
No-
What is that knowledge
So
behind
she,
it?
make
Yeah,
sure she acknowledges that someone's got to step in that role too.
Right.
It's not the St. Cloud State role.
Right.
right. So, okay, at this point, I guess I'd be looking for a motion. If we're through with discussion,
I can make the motion to proceed with approving to hire county coordinator vacancy spot.
okay, I have a motion by Denny. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
A second? Is there further discussion?
Oh, no. Sorry.
Okay,
Okay. Proceed with approving an offer to hire county coordinator vacancy, Jacqueline Bauer, for county coordinator position.
okay. Motion by Denny, second by, I'm not sure who seconded.
Second.
Any further discussion? If not, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And carries. Okay, so you'll get hold of her, Nellie, and what's the next steps then?
I can double check with Chris, but I believe we'd have to write up an offer letter and work with John to make sure everything is good to go on it.
Okay,
Yep,
Madam Chair.
and she could possibly say no. So just be prepared for that. So,
okay. With that,
Madam Chair, quick, are we able to write an offer while she's still with Birchdale, or is that,
yes,
okay? that's-
yep. If we can still make her offer, if she's still clerk of Birchdale, yes. And I believe, that's something she has to check into, but I
Okay.
don't believe you can be part of two governments, but she's just a clerk. Clerk, so she's not, and she's not an elected official.
Okay,
She's not a resident
I came in
either.
as an elected official, so that might be,
sure, okay.
but she'd have to check that out for sure.
I thought, yeah.
Conflict of interest, she's not going to want to have that
Yeah,
position.
Right.
because of conflict of interest. Okay.
Just checking.
Okay, is there anything else to come before this board? If not, we will adjourn, or yeah, we have to make a motion to adjourn.
I make a motion to adjourn this board meeting, special session.
Okay, motion by Byer, second by Newman. All in favor?
Aye.
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 and make sure you give everything, all your paperwork
It's
to.
really hard to hear which
Ally.
two of you are doing the motions between the two
Maybe I
of
should
you.
face you when I.
Yeah, you
So,
just-
if you'd prefer, we could just say our name. When you're looking for a motion, say Lou.
There's motions.
Oh, but you